Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the mystical realm of Eldoria, where emerald forests whispered ancient secrets and crystalline streams carried the echoes of forgotten spells, a shadow crept across the land. The air, once thick with the sweet scent of healing herbs and magical elixirs, now carried a faint tinge of decay. In the heart of this enchanted kingdom stood the grand city of Luminara, its ivory towers and golden domes gleaming like a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Lyra, a young apprentice apothecary with eyes that sparkled like amethysts, sensed the change before anyone else. Her delicate fingers trembled as she crushed herbs in her mortar, watching with growing dread as the vibrant leaves dulled and withered at her touch. The potions that once shimmered with otherworldly light now lay flat and lifeless in their vials. "Master Thorn," she called, her voice quivering with urgency. "Something is terribly wrong." The wizened alchemist hobbled to her side, his ancient eyes widening as he beheld the lifeless concoctions. "By the eternal flame," he whispered, his voice as brittle as autumn leaves. "The magic is fading." Word spread through Luminara like wildfire. Healers found their remedies ineffective. Mages discovered their spells sputtering and dying, and the very air seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. The Council of Elders convened in the Crystal Spire, their faces etched with worry as they debated the cause of this calamity. Lyra, driven by a mix of curiosity and desperation, snuck into the council chambers, hiding behind a shimmering tapestry. She listened as voices rose and fell, theories flying like arrows in a battlefield. "It must be the work of the dark sorcerer Malachar," thundered Lord Arkan, his fist slamming against the marble table. "Nonsense," retorted Lady Selene, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. "This feels like an ancient curse awakening." As the debate raged on, a quiet voice cut through the chaos. Eldric the Sage, his eyes milky with blindness, but sharp with inner sight, spoke. "The source of life weakens. Without its power, all magic in Eldoria will fade, and our realm will wither and die." A hush fell over the chamber. Lyra's heart raced as she heard Eldric continue. "The source lies hidden in the heart of the Shadowlands, guarded by creatures of nightmare and a dragon corrupted by dark magic. Only one of pure heart and unwavering courage can hope to reach it and restore its power." The council erupted once more, arguing over who to send on this perilous quest. Lyra, her mind made up, slipped away unnoticed. She knew in her heart that this was her destiny. Under the cover of night, Lyra gathered her meager supplies, a satchel of herbs, a book of ancient remedies passed down through generations of healers, and a small vial of liquid starlight, her most precious possession. As she crept through the sleeping city, a shadow detached itself from an alleyway. "And where might a young apprentice be going at this hour?" a gruff voice asked. Lyra spun, her hand flying to the dagger at her belt. Before her stood a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath a hood. The moonlight glinted off armor that had seen better days. "I'm Thorian," the man said, lowering his hood to reveal a face marked by scars and haunted eyes. "Once a knight of the realm now. Well, let's just say I'm seeking redemption." Lyra hesitated, then straightened her spine. "I'm going to save Eldoria," she declared, her voice stronger than she felt. "The source of life is failing, and someone needs to restore it." Thorian's eyebrows rose. "Quite an undertaking for one so young," he mused. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Very well. You'll need a sword arm where you're going. I'll accompany you." And so, an unlikely alliance was forged. As dawn broke, Lyra and Thorian slipped out of Luminara, their path leading them towards the ominous silhouette of the Shadowlands on the horizon. Their journey was fraught with peril from the start. The once lush forests of Eldoria had begun to wither, twisted creatures emerging from the shadows to prey on the unwary. Lyra's knowledge of herbs and Thorian's skill with a blade kept them alive, but each day brought new challenges. As they traveled, Lyra learned more about her companion. Thorian had once been captain of the royal guard, but a moment of hesitation had cost the life of the prince he was sworn to protect. Exiled and stripped of his titles, he had wandered the realm, seeking a way to atone for his failure. "Why did you decide to help me?" Lyra asked one night as they huddled around a meager fire. Thorian's eyes reflected the flickering flames as he answered, "Perhaps by saving the realm, I can find forgiveness, not from others, but from myself." Their path took them through the Whispering Gorge, where echoes of the past tormented them with their greatest fears and regrets. They crossed the Mirror, its glass-like surface showing visions of what might be if they failed. With each trial, their resolve strengthened, and a bond of trust grew between them. As they neared the heart of the Shadowlands, the very air grew thick with malevolence. Thorian's sword, once gleaming, now dulled with each swing against the shadow beasts that assailed them. Lyra's concoctions, already weakened, began to fail entirely. "We're close," Lyra whispered, her voice hoarse. "I can feel it." They crested a hill of black, jagged rock and beheld a sight that stole the breath from their lungs. Before them lay a vast cavern, its mouth gaping like a wound in the earth. Wisps of sickly green mist coiled around stalagmites that resembled the fangs of some colossal beast. And there, coiled around a pillar of pulsing, dim light, was the dragon. Its scales, once lustrous gold, were now tarnished and cracked, oozing a dark ichor that hissed where it touched the ground. Eyes like dying embers fixed upon the intruders, and a rumble like distant thunder emanated from its chest. "Thorian," Lyra breathed, her hand finding his. "I don't think we can fight this." The fallen knight squeezed her hand. "Then we don't fight. We heal." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. She reached into her satchel, fingers closing around the vial of liquid starlight. As the dragon uncoiled itself, preparing to strike, Lyra and Thorian stood their ground. "Great Guardian," Lyra called out, her voice echoing through the cavern. "We come not as enemies, but as healers. The corruption that plagues you plagues all of Eldoria. Let us help you, that you might help us in return." The dragon paused, conflict evident in its ancient eyes. Seizing the moment, Lyra uncorked the vial and flung its contents towards the beast. The liquid starlight arced through the air, scattering into a shower of radiant droplets. Where the starlight touched the dragon's scales, the corruption hissed and retreated. The dragon reared back, a keening cry of pain and relief echoing through the cavern. As the last of the starlight faded, the dragon stood before them, restored to its former glory. Its voice, when it spoke, was like the rumble of the earth itself. "Young ones," it intoned, "you have shown great courage and compassion. The source of life has been corrupted by the very darkness and was meant to guard against. In my weakness, I failed in my duty." Lyra stepped forward, her eyes shining with determination. "Then let us set it right, together." With a nod of its massive head, the dragon guided them to the pillar of light, the source of life itself. At its base, a festering mass of shadow pools leeching the source's power. Thorian raised his sword, ready to strike, but Lyra placed a hand on his arm. "No," she said softly. "This requires a gentler touch." From her satchel, she produced the herbs she had gathered on their journey, each one chosen for its healing properties. With steady hands, she began to craft a poultice, imbuing it with every ounce of knowledge and love for her craft that she possessed. As she worked, Thorian stood guard, his sword gleaming with renewed purpose. The dragon curled protectively around them, its presence a bulwark against the encroaching shadows. When the poultice was ready, Lyra approached the source. The corruption recoiled at her touch, but she persisted, applying the healing mixture with gentle, sure strokes. Slowly, agonizingly, the shadow began to recede. A pulse of pure, white light erupted from the source, temporarily blinding them. When their vision cleared, the pillar of light stood pure and strong, its radiance spreading outward in waves. Lyra felt the magic surge through her, more potent than she had ever experienced. Beside her, Thorian gasped as his armor shone like new, the tarnish of his past deeds burned away by the source's light. The dragon's voice rumbled with approval. "You have done what I could not, young ones." The source is restored, and with it, the magic of Eldoria. As they emerged from the cavern, Lyra and Thorian beheld a world transformed. The withered plants burst into bloom, streams ran clear and bright, and the very air hummed with renewed energy. Their return to Luminara was met with jubilation. The Council of Elders hailed them as heroes, offering titles and riches beyond measure. But Lyra and Thorian shared a look of understanding. Their journey had given them something far more valuable than material rewards. In the years that followed, songs would be sung of the young apothecary and the fallen knight who saved Eldoria. But for Lyra and Thorian, the greatest reward was the knowledge that they had found redemption in each other in the face of overwhelming odds. And so, as the sun set on a realm restored, Lyra and Thorian stood hand in hand, ready to face whatever new adventures awaited them in the magical land of Eldoria. Story 2. High above the rolling clouds, where the air shimmered with arcane energy and the sky stretched endlessly in all directions, floated the majestic city of Ethoria. Its gleaming spires and crystalline domes caught the light of twin suns, casting prismatic rainbows across the heaven. To those on the ground, Ethoria was but a shimmering mirage, a legend whispered by travelers and dreamed of by children. But to Siren, the young curandera with eyes the color of storm clouds, it was a home that harbored dark secrets beneath its ethereal beauty. As dawn broke over the floating metropolis, Siren made her way through the winding streets of the lower ward, her basket filled with herbs and tinctures collected from her rooftop garden. The cobblestones beneath her feet hummed with a faint, constant vibration, the pulse of the city itself. She paused at a corner, watching as a procession of alchemists glided by, their ornate robes billowing in the high-altitude winds. Their faces were obscured by masks of polished silver, reflecting the world around them like living mirrors. The Alchemists' Guild had ruled Ethoria for as long as anyone could remember. They were the keepers of the arcane knowledge that kept the city aloft, the masters of transmutation and ethereal manipulation. To the common folk, they were revered as saviors and protectors. But Siren knew better. Her suspicions had begun months ago, when she noticed a disturbing trend among her patients. The people of the lower ward, already gaunt and pale from lives spent in the shadows of the great towers, were growing weaker by the day. Their vitality seemed to be draining away, leaving them as fragile as porcelain dolls. At first, Siren had attributed it to some new malady, but her remedies proved ineffective. It was as if their very life force was being siphoned away. As she turned down an alleyway, a hand shot out from the shadows, pulling her into a hidden alcove. Siren's heart raced until she recognized the face of her assailant Raven, a former member of the Alchemists' Guild who had become her unlikely ally. They're accelerating the process, Raven whispered, his mismatched eyes one gold, one silver darting nervously. The Archon has ordered a full harvest cycle. We're running out of time. Siren's blood ran cold, but that would kill thousands. They can, and they will. Raven cut her off. Unless we find the heart of Ethoria, a mythical artifact said to be the true source of the city's power. Siren had long dismissed it as a fairy tale, but Raven insisted it was real. He claimed that the alchemists had lost it centuries ago and had been using increasingly desperate measures to keep Ethoria afloat ever since. I've deciphered more of the ancient texts, Raven continued, producing a tattered scroll from his cloak. The heart lies in the Vault of Whispers, hidden in plain sight. But to reach it, we'll need to infiltrate the Celestial Spire itself. Siren's mind reeled. The Celestial Spire was the seat of the alchemist's power, a towering structure that pierced the very firmament. To even approach it uninvited was to court death. How? She breathed. A sly smile crossed Raven's face. Leave that to me. Meet me at the Twilight Bazaar at midnight. And Siren, his expression grew serious. Trust no one. As Raven melted back into the shadows, Siren's resolve hardened. She had joined the rebellion to save lives, but now she realized the stakes were far higher. The fate of Ethoria itself hung in the balance. The hours until midnight crawled by with agonizing slowness. Siren tended to her patients, her hands steady even as her mind raced. As she worked, she couldn't help but notice how the very air seemed heavier, as if the city itself was struggling to breathe. When the Twilight Bazaar finally came to life, a riot of colors and scents beneath a sea of twinkling stars, Siren wove through the crowds with practiced ease. She found Raven waiting by a stall selling luminous butterflies in crystal cages. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the din of the marketplace. Siren nodded, her throat too dry for words. Raven led her to a secluded corner where a shimmering portal waited, its edges crackling with arcane energy. "This will take us directly to the lower levels of the spire," he explained. "Once inside, we'll have to move quickly. The wards will detect our presence within minutes." Taking a deep breath, Siren stepped through the portal. The world twisted and blurred around her, and for a heart-stopping moment, she felt as if she was falling through an endless void. Then, with a lurch, solid ground materialized beneath her feet. They found themselves in a vast chamber filled with humming machinery. Great tubes and conduits snaked across the walls and ceiling, pulsing with an eerie, violet light. Siren realized with horror that the tubes were filled with a swirling, ethereal substance, the stolen life force of Ethoria's citizens. "This way," Raven hissed, pulling her towards a spiraling staircase that seemed to stretch infinitely upwards. As they ascended, the air grew thicker with power. Siren's skin tingled, and she could taste ozone on her tongue. They passed through chambers filled with bubbling vats of quicksilver, rooms where reality itself seemed to bend and warp, and halls lined with mirrors that reflected impossible vistas. Finally, they reached a massive set of doors inscribed with runes that writhed and shifted before their eyes. Raven placed his hand on the center sigil, and the doors swung open with a sound like a distant avalanche. The Vault of Whispers lived up to its name. The cavernous space beyond the doors was filled with a cacophony of murmuring voices, each one indistinct but collectively overwhelming. Floating shelves held countless artifacts, glowing orbs, twisted staffs, books bound in materials Siren couldn't identify. And there, at the center of it all, suspended in a column of pure light, was a pulsing crystal the size of a human heart. The heart of Ethoria. Raven breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. As they approached, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Siren could almost make out words now warnings, pleadings, secrets long forgotten. Raven reached out to grasp the heart, but Siren caught his wrist. "Wait," she said, a sudden realization dawning. "It's not just a power source. It's alive." She stepped forward, placing her hand gently on the crystal's surface. In that instant, a flood of images and sensations washed over her. She saw Ethoria as it had been at its founding, a haven for those fleeing a dying world below. She felt the joy and hope of those first settlers, their determination to build a better future among the clouds. But she also saw the corruption that had taken root over the centuries. The alchemists, drunk on power, had begun to see the citizens as mere fuel for their grand experiment. The heart, once freely giving its energy to sustain the city, had been imprisoned and exploited. Tears streaming down her face, Siren turned to Raven. "We can't take it," she said. "We have to free it." Understanding dawned in Raven's eyes. Together, they began to dismantle the arcane apparatus that held the heart captive. As the last restraint fell away, crystal pulsed with blinding light. A voice, ancient and powerful, resonated in their minds. "You have shown wisdom and compassion where others saw only power to be grasped. Ethoria was meant to be a sanctuary for all, not a prison built on suffering. Help me restore it to its true purpose." The heart rose into the air, its light expanding to fill the entire chamber. Siren and Raven found themselves floating alongside it, buoyed by its power. As one, they ascended through the levels of the celestial spire, walls and floors melting away before them. They burst into the open air above Ethoria, the entire city laid out beneath them like a glittering tapestry. The heart pulsed once, twice, and then released a wave of pure, restorative energy that washed over every street and tower. Siren watched in awe as the sickly pallor that had hung over the lower ward vanished, replaced by vibrant colors and renewed life. The stolen essence in the tubes below was returned to its rightful owners, and she could feel the city itself sigh with relief. As they drifted back down to the streets, now filled with confused but jubilant citizens, Siren knew that their work was far from over. The alchemist's reign had ended, but Ethoria would need guidance to forge a new path. Revan squeezed her hand. "Ready to build a better world?" he asked, a tentative smile on his face. Siren looked out at the city, her home reborn. The twin suns were rising, painting the sky in hues of hope. "Together," she replied, her heart soaring higher than Ethoria itself. And so, as a new day dawned for the floating city, Siren and Raven set out to heal the wounds of the past and chart a course for a brighter future one, where the true magic of Ethoria would be found not in stolen power, but in the united strength of its people. Story 3. In the mystical realm of Avalon, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the wind and crystalline streams sang melodies of forgotten magic, a darkness descended like a shroud of despair. The once vibrant kingdom, known for its towering spires and verdant meadows, fell silent as stone statues replaced the laughter and bustle of its people. Morgana, the powerful sorceress whose beauty was matched only by her ruthlessness, had unleashed a magical plague upon the land. With a wave of her obsidian staff and an incantation that shook the very foundations of Avalon, she transformed the inhabitants into lifeless figures of granite and marble. Kings and peasants alike stood frozen in eternal stillness, their faces etched with the horror of their final moments. Yet, in the heart of this petrified nightmare, a flicker of hope remained. Gwen, a young apothecary with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of the ages, found herself untouched by the curse. As the last echoes of Morgana's spell faded, Gwen emerged from her humble herb-filled cottage, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The sight that greeted her was one of utter desolation. The bustling marketplace where she had traded her remedies now resembled a grotesque sculpture garden. Merchants stood frozen mid-bargain. Children were petrified in playful poses, and even the animals had not been spared from Morgana's wrath. As Gwen wandered through the silent streets, her soft footsteps echoing off the cobblestones, she felt a familiar tingle at the base of her skull. A vision, unbidden and powerful, flooded her mind. She saw herself standing before 4 elemental altars: earth, air, fire, and water, each pulsing with primordial energy. In her hands, she held a vial of shimmering liquid, the cure that would breathe life back into Avalon. The vision faded, leaving Gwen with a sense of purpose and a glimmer of hope. She knew then that her gift of sight, often dismissed as mere fantasy, would be the key to saving her people. With renewed determination, she returned to her cottage and began to gather supplies for the perilous journey ahead. As dawn broke over the petrified kingdom, Gwen set out on her quest. She carried with her a satchel of rare herbs, a tome of ancient remedies, and the unwavering belief that she could reverse Morgana's curse. The young apothecary's path led her deep into the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to lean in close, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. It was in these woods, beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, that Gwen stumbled upon an extraordinary sight. A towering amber formation rose from the forest floor, its golden surface gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Trapped within this mystical prison was the figure of a man, his features noble and his pose suggesting a warrior caught mid-battle. Gwen approached the amber cautiously, her fingers tracing the smooth surface. As she did so, a name echoed in her mind: Lancelot, the legendary knight of Camelot, whose tales of valor and tragedy were woven into the very fabric of Avalon's history. Guided by an instinct she couldn't explain, Gwen retrieved a vial of moonflower essence from her satchel. She uncorked the bottle and poured the silvery liquid over the amber. To her amazement, the golden prison began to dissolve, releasing wisps of magic into the air. With a thunderous crack, the amber shattered, and Lancelot fell to his knees, gasping for air. His armor, once gleaming silver, was now tarnished and covered in amber residue. His eyes, a stormy gray, focused on Gwen with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "My lady," he rasped, his voice hoarse from centuries of disuse. "I owe you my life. Pray tell, who are you, and what dark magic has befallen this land?" Gwen helped the knight to his feet, explaining the dire situation that had befallen Avalon. As she spoke of Morgana's curse and her own quest to gather the four elemental essences, Lancelot's expression grew grave. "I know of this, Morgana," he said, his hand instinctively reaching for a sword that was no longer at his side. "In my time, she was but a novice in the arts of sorcery, yet her ambition knew no bounds. It seems the passage of years has only heightened her powers and darkened her heart." With a solemn oath, Lancelot pledged his service to Gwen and her noble cause. Together, the unlikely pair, a young apothecary with the gift of sight and a legendary knight out of time, set forth on their quest to save Avalon. Their journey took them to the far corners of the realm, each location more perilous than the last. At the Cliffs of Whispers, where the wind spoke in riddles and the rocks shifted like quicksand, they sought the essence of air. Gwen's visions guided them through the treacherous terrain, while Lancelot's strength and courage saw them safely past the wind wraiths that guarded the elemental altar. In the caverns of eternal flame, they braved searing heat and rivers of molten rock to capture the essence of fire. Lancelot's unwavering spirit and Gwen's quick thinking allowed them to outsmart the Salamander King and claim their prize. The Abyssal Trench, home to the essence of water, tested their resolve like never before. In its inky depths, they faced their deepest fears and most painful memories. It was here that Gwen learned of Lancelot's tragic past, his forbidden love for Queen Guinevere, and the fall of Camelot. In turn, she revealed the burden of her visions and the loneliness that came with her gift. United by their shared vulnerabilities, their bond grew stronger, a friendship forged in the crucible of adversity. Their final challenge awaited them at the Grove of Awakening, where the essence of Earth resided. As they approached the ancient circle of standing stones, the ground beneath their feet came alive. Roots and vines burst forth, seeking to ensnare the intruders. It was Gwen's knowledge of herbs and Lancelot's swift blade that saw them through the ordeal. With all four essences gathered, Gwen and Lancelot made their way back to the heart of Avalon. The once beautiful capital now stood as a monument to Morgana's cruelty, its streets filled with stone figures frozen in eternal anguish. In the central square, before the great fountain that had run dry, Gwen began to prepare the ultimate remedy. She combined the elemental essences with rare herbs and crystals, her hands moving with a surety that seemed to come from beyond herself. As she worked, Lancelot stood guard, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the sorceress who had wrought such devastation. Just as Gwen completed the potion, a cold laugh echoed through the square. Morgana materialized before them, her beauty as terrible as it was alluring. Her eyes, black as midnight, fixed upon the vial in Gwen's hands. "Foolish child," Morgana sneered, "did you truly believe you could undo my work? I, who have bent the very fabric of magic to my will." Lancelot stepped forward, placing himself between Gwen and the sorceress. "Your reign of terror ends here, which," he declared, his voice ringing with the authority of ages past. Morgana's laughter turned to rage as she recognized the knight. With a snarl, she unleashed a torrent of dark magic. Lancelot met the onslaught with unwavering courage, his armor deflecting bolts of shadow and flame. As the battle raged, Gwen was struck by another vision. In it, she saw not just Avalon, but a tapestry of time stretching back through the centuries. She saw Morgana not as a villain, but as a woman shaped by loss and betrayal. And in that moment, Gwen understood the truth that had eluded her throughout their journey. "Morgana," Gwen called out, her voice cutting through the chaos of battle. "I know who you are. I know who we both are." The sorceress faltered, her attack wavering. "Impossible," she hissed, but doubt had crept into her voice. Gwen stepped forward, the vial of the cure held out before her. "You are not just Morgana the sorceress. You are my ancestor, the first of our line to bear the gift of sight. The very power that protected me from your curse flows from you." Morgana's mask of cruelty cracked, revealing a flicker of the woman she had once been. "How can this be?" she whispered, her voice tinged with both wonder and fear. "The visions showed me the truth," Gwen replied gently. "Your pain, your loneliness, I've felt them too. But there's another way, Morgana. We can heal this land together. For a moment, the square was silent save for the whisper of wind through stone figures. Then, with a cry that was part anguish and part release, Morgana fell to her knees. The obsidian staff slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the cobblestone. Gwen approached the fallen sorceress, offering her hand. "Help me undo what has been done," she pleaded. "Let us restore the balance between magic and nature, as we were always meant to do." Morgana looked up, tears streaming down her face. Slowly, hesitantly, she took Gwen's hand. Together, they poured the elemental cure into the dry fountain. As the liquid touched the stone basin, it began to glow with an inner light that spread outward in pulsing waves. The petrified citizens of Avalon began to stir, color and life returning to their forms. Cries of joy and confusion filled the air as people embraced their loved ones, marveling at their second chance at life. Lancelot watched in awe as the kingdom was reborn around him. He turned to Gwen, a smile of admiration on his weathered face. "You have done what no knight or king could have accomplished," he said. "You have saved Avalon not with a sword, but with compassion and wisdom, as the sun set on a kingdom reborn." Gwen, Morgana, and Lancelot stood together, united by the knowledge that the greatest magic of all lay not in spells or potions, but in the power of understanding and forgiveness. The prophecy of balance had been fulfilled, and a new chapter in the history of Avalon had begun, one of harmony between the old ways and the new, between magic and the natural world. And so, the tale of the enchanted plague of Avalon passed into legend, a reminder to all that even in the darkest of times, hope and redemption can bloom like the rarest of flowers in the garden of possibility. Story 4. In the depths of the earth, where sunlight never touched and shadows danced in the glow of bioluminescent fungi, lay the hidden kingdom of mycelium, a vast network of caverns and tunnels, interconnected like the very fungal threads that gave the realm its name, pulsed with an otherworldly energy. Here, in this subterranean wonder, lived a society as complex and intricate as the labyrinthine world they inhabited. Young Finn, an apprentice alchemist with eyes that sparkled like phosphorescent spores, toiled in the dim light of his master's laboratory. His nimble fingers worked tirelessly, grinding exotic mushrooms into fine powders and distilling potent elixirs from their essence. But it was on this fateful day, as he reached for a particularly peculiar specimen, that Finn's destiny began to unfold. The mushroom in question was unlike any he had ever seen. Its cap shimmered with an iridescent glow, and its stalk seemed to pulse with an inner light. As Finn's fingers brushed against its surface, a jolt of energy surged through his body. In that instant, his eyes widened with newfound clarity, and he could sense the very life force of the fungi around him. Excitement coursed through Finn's veins as he realized the magnitude of his discovery. This mysterious fungus held power beyond imagination, the ability to connect with and manipulate the mycelial network that formed the very foundation of their world. However, unbeknownst to Finn, his discovery had not gone unnoticed. King Spore, the tyrannical ruler of mycelium, had eyes and ears everywhere. The monarch's vast network of spies, hidden within the very walls of the kingdom, whispered of the young apprentice's newfound power. King Spore's eyes gleamed with malevolent desire as he sat upon his throne of calcified fungi. The crown upon his head, fashioned from the deadliest of poisonous mushrooms, seemed to writhe with a life of its own. "Bring me this apprentice and his miraculous fungus," he commanded, his voice echoing through the cavernous throne room. As the king's guards marched through the winding streets of the capital, their heavy footsteps sending vibrations through the mycelial network, Finn felt a sudden sense of dread. The fungi around him seemed to whisper warning, urging him to flee. With barely a moment to spare, Finn gathered a handful of the shimmering mushrooms and stuffed them into his satchel. He slipped out of the laboratory just as the guards rounded the corner, their bioluminescent armor casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. Finn's heart raced as he navigated the twisting passages of mycelium, relying on his newfound connection to the fungi to guide him. The very air seemed to pulse with tension as word of his escape spread through the kingdom. As he neared the outermost reaches of mycelium, Finn encountered a sight that took his breath away. Before him stood the great elevator, a massive structure of interwoven mushroom stalks an ancient stone that reached up into the darkness above. It was said that this elevator led to the surface world, a place of myth and legend to the denizens of Mycelium. With the sounds of pursuit growing ever closer, Finn made a split-second decision. He leapt onto the elevator platform, his fingers frantically working to activate the ancient mechanism. As the platform began to rise, Finn caught a glimpse of the guards below, their faces contorted with rage. The journey upward was a blur of sensations. The air grew thinner, the darkness less absolute. Strange scents and sounds assaulted Finn's senses as he ascended higher and higher. After what seemed like an eternity, the elevator shuddered to a halt. Finn stepped off the platform, his eyes widening in wonder. He found himself in a world beyond his wildest imagination. The sky above was an endless expanse of blue, dotted with fluffy white shapes he would later learn were called clouds. The ground beneath his feet was covered in a soft, green carpet grass, a concept foreign to the fungi dwellers of Mycelium. But Finn had little time to marvel at his surroundings. The sound of the elevator descending snapped him back to reality. King Spore's forces would soon follow, intent on capturing him and the powerful fungus he carried. As Finn stumbled forward, trying to make sense of this new world, he quite literally ran into Arya, a young woman with hair the color of sunlight and eyes that reflected the vast sky above. Arya, a member of the Sky clan, was as astonished by Finn's appearance as he was by hers. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice carrying on the breeze. "And why do you smell of earth and secrets?" Before Finn could respond, a thunderous rumbling shook the ground. From a nearby cliff face emerged Boulder, a towering golem of living stone. His eyes, glowing with an inner fire, fixed upon the strange pair before him. "Intruders," Boulder's voice rumbled, shaking the very air around them. "Why do you trespass on the borderlands?" In that moment, as Finn stood between the Wind Warrior and the Stone Sentinel, he realized that his journey had only just begun. With halting words, he explained his plight, the discovery of the powerful fungus, King Spore's tyranny, and the threat that now loomed over both the underground kingdom and the surface world. Arya's eyes widened as she grasped the implications. If this Spore King were to harness the power of your fungi, he could extend his dominion to the skies themselves. Boulder, his stony features shifting in what might have been concern, nodded gravely. And the very earth would tremble under his rule. An unlikely alliance was forged that day on the borderlands between two worlds. Finn, with his alchemical knowledge and newfound fungal powers. Arya, swift as the wind and wise in the ways of the surface. And Boulder, unyielding as the mountains and guardian of the earth's secrets. Their quest took them across landscapes Finn had never dreamed existed. They traversed verdant forests where trees reached towards the sky like inverted stalactites. They crossed rushing rivers that flowed with a power and freedom unknown in the still pools of Mycelium. And they scaled mountain peaks that dwarfed even the grandest caverns of the underground kingdom. All the while, King Spore's forces pursued them relentlessly. The tyrant had emerged from his subterranean realm, his army of fungi-infested thralls growing with each passing day. Twisted creatures, half plant and half animal, served as his vanguard, their very touch capable of spreading his influence. As their journey neared its end, Finn, Arya, and Boulder found themselves standing before the Great Oak, an ancient tree of immense proportions that was said to connect the realms of earth, sky, and the world below. Its roots delved deep into the heart of Mycelium, while its uppermost branches seemed to brush against the very stars. It was here, at this nexus of worlds, that the final battle would be fought. King Spore's army surrounded the Great Oak, their fungal tendrils already beginning to creep up its mighty trunk. The tyrant himself stood at the forefront, his form now a monstrous fusion of man and mushroom, pulsing with stolen power. "Foolish boy," King Spore's voice boomed, a sound like rotting leaves and crumbling stone. "Did you think you could escape me? The power you discovered belongs to me, as does this entire world." Finn stood tall, flanked by Arya and Boulder. The shimmering mushrooms he had carried all this way now grew from his very skin, their power fully integrated with his being. "You're wrong," Finn declared, his voice steady despite his fear. "This power belongs to no one. It's part of the balance between all realms, and I won't let you destroy that balance. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Arya summoned great gusts of wind, uprooting King Spore's corrupted minions. Boulder's fist shook the earth, creating chasms that swallowed whole swaths of the fungal army. And Finn, drawing upon the power of the mystical mushrooms, directed the very life force of the great oak against the Spore King's onslaught. As the battle raged, Finn found himself face to face with King Spore. The tyrant's fungal tendrils lashed out, seeking to corrupt and control. But Finn stood his ground, his newfound powers creating a shield of glowing spores around him. In that moment, as he stared into the twisted visage of the Spore King, Finn understood the true nature of the power he wielded. It was not meant for dominion or control, but for connection and growth. With this realization, Finn reached out, not to attack, but to heal. A burst of radiant energy erupted from Finn, washing over King Spore and his army. Where it touched, corruption melted away, replaced by new growth and vitality. The Spore King howled, not in pain, but in shock as the madness that had driven him for so long was cleansed. As the light faded, the battlefield fell silent. Where once stood an army of twisted abominations, now a field of vibrant mushrooms swayed gently. And King Spore himself had been transformed, restored to the wise leader he had once been before power corrupted him. In the aftermath of the battle, as surface dwellers and underground denizens alike emerged to witness the miracle, Finn realized that his journey had led to something far greater than he could have imagined. He had not just saved his home or the surface world, he had brought balance and understanding between realms long separated. As the great oak's leaves rustled in a wind that seemed to carry whispers of ancient secrets, Finn looked to his companions. Arya smiled, her eyes reflecting the promise of clear skies and new beginnings. Boulder nodded solemnly, a gesture that spoke of enduring friendship and shared trials overcome. And so, as the sun set on a world forever changed, Finn knew that while one chapter of his story had ended, countless more were yet to be written. For in uniting the realms of earth, sky, and the world below, he had opened the door to adventures beyond imagining, in a world where the line between magic and nature had been forever blurred. Story 5. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars once danced in celestial harmony, an unspeakable darkness crept silently across the heavens. One by one, the luminous beacons of the night sky flickered and faded, their light devoured by an insatiable void. The ancient order of the stellar guardians, sworn protectors of the cosmic balance, found themselves facing an enemy beyond comprehension. Atop the crystal spire, the last bastion of the guardians, Astra stood trembling, her violet eyes, flecked with stardust, widened in horror as she witnessed the fall of her mentors and friends. The young apprentice, barely into her 20th year, clutched the celestial astrolabe to her chest, its intricate gears humming with the last remnants of stellar energy. Run, Astra. Master Lyra's voice echoed through the chamber, her form already half consumed by the encroaching shadows. The astrolabe must survive. You must survive. With a heart heavy as neutron star, Astra fled down the crystal stairs, the sounds of battle fading behind her. Tears streamed down her face, leaving trails of shimmering stardust on her cheeks. As she reached the base of the spire, a figure materialized from the darkness tall, cloaked and radiating an aura of absolute nothingness. The Shadow Hunter had found her. Astra's breath caught in her throat as she faced the entity that had single-handedly brought the order to its knees. Without a word, the hunter extended a hand wreathed in void black flames, reaching for the astrolabe. In that moment of terror, the astrolabe pulsed with blinding light. Astra felt herself being torn from the fabric of space itself, hurtling through dimensions unknown. The last thing she saw before consciousness left her was the Shadow Hunter's mask of darkness, its empty eyes boring into her soul. When Astra awoke, she found herself in a world as foreign to her as the concept of darkness had once been to the eternal light of the celestial realm. Trees reached toward a blue sky, their leaves rustling in a breeze she could feel but not see. Beneath her feet, blades of grass tickled her skin, a sensation entirely new to one born among the stars. She had landed in the mortal realm of Lumina, a world teetering on the brink of its own catastrophe. As Astra stumbled through this alien landscape, she soon discovered that the shadow that had consumed her home had touched this realm as well. The sun hung low and dim in the sky, its light growing weaker with each passing day. It was in the grand city of Solaria, its golden spires now tarnished and dim, that Astra's destiny began to intertwine with those who would become her unlikely allies. In the city's once bustling marketplace, now a place of hushed whispers and fearful glances, she encountered Prince Zephyr, the exiled royal. His silver hair gleaming even in the fading light was rallying the citizens against the encroaching darkness. His impassioned words spoke of hope and resistance, but Astra could see the doubt in his storm-gray eyes. As if drawn by fate, their gazes met across the square. In that moment, a spark of recognition passed between them, two souls burdened by the weight of worlds upon their shoulders. Their meeting was interrupted by a sudden commotion. A figure wreathed in flames burst through the crowd, pursued by the city guards. Ember, the renegade fire tamer, her hair a mane of living fire, fought with the desperation of one who had nothing left to lose. Astra, driven by an instinct she couldn't explain, raised the astrolabe. Its gears whirred to life, projecting a shield of starlight that separated Ember from her pursuers. The fire tamer's eyes, burning with defiance and curiosity, fixed upon Astra with newfound interest. In the chaos that followed, Astra, Zephyr, and Ember found themselves united by circumstance in a common enemy. As they fled the city, Astra shared her tale of cosmic cataclysm and the threat that now loomed over both their worlds. The stars. Gone? Zephyr's voice was barely a whisper, the implications too vast to comprehend. Ember, her flames flickering with emotion, added, "It explains the weakening sun. But how can we fight something that devours light itself?" Astra's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the astrolabe. This artifact holds the key, but its power is nearly depleted. We must find a way to recharge it with the essence of the primal elements. And so began their perilous quest across the realm of Lumina. Their journey took them first to the crystal fields, where shards of pure light jetted from the earth like the bones of fallen stars. Here, they faced creatures of living crystal, their faceted bodies refracting the dim sunlight into dazzling, deadly beams. Zephyr's leadership and strategic mind guided them through the crystalline maze, while Ember's fiery abilities kept the light creatures at bay. Astra, drawing upon knowledge inherited from countless generations of stellar guardians, used the astrolabe to capture the essence of pure light. Their next challenge awaited in the ethereal mountains, where the very air was alive with elemental energy. Scaling peaks that seemed to shift and change with each step, they sought the essence of air itself. It was here that Zephyr's true potential awakened. The exiled prince discovered his latent ability to communicate with the wind spirits, earning their respect and ultimately their essence for the astrolabe. The volcanic heartlands tested their resolve like never before. In this land of perpetual fire and ash, Ember confronted the demons of her past. The renegade fire tamer had fled this very place years ago, haunted by the destructive nature of her powers. Now, facing the primal fury of the volcanoes, Ember learned to embrace her gift, not as a curse, but as a force of creation and life. As the trio delved into the abyssal trench, seeking the essence of water in its darkest depths, they felt the shadow of their pursuer growing ever closer. The Shadow Hunter, relentless in its quest, had followed them across Lumina, leaving a trail of extinguished lights in its wake. It was in these lightless depths that Astra faced her greatest fear, the possibility that their quest might be in vain. As crushing pressure threatened to overwhelm them, it was Zephyr's unwavering faith and Ember's fierce determination that reignited the hope in Astra's heart. Emerging from the trench with the water essence secured, the trio knew that their final challenge lay ahead. The astrolabe, now pulsing with the combined energy of 4 primal elements, guided them to the foot of an ancient tree so vast that its uppermost branches were lost in the clouds. The World Tree, nexus of all reality in Lumina, stood as their last hope against the encroaching void. As they approached its massive trunk, the air around them seemed to thicken with tension. The Shadow Hunter had found them at last. The ensuing battle, was one of light against darkness, of creation against oblivion. Zephyr commanded the winds, creating barriers of pure air to hold back the hunter's shadowy tendrils. Ember's flames burned with the intensity of a newborn star, pushing back the darkness with each fiery blast. Astra stood at the center, the astrolabe hovering before her, its gears spinning faster than the eye could follow. As she channeled the combined elemental essences into the artifact, she began to glow with an inner light that grew brighter with each passing moment. The Shadow Hunter, its form writhing with eldritch energy, pressed its attack with renewed vigor. In a voice that seemed to echo from the void between stars, it spoke for the first time. "Foolish child of light, do you not see? The darkness is inevitable. I am merely hastening the universe toward its final rest." Astra, her body now a conduit for forces beyond mortal comprehension, met the hunter's gaze without fear. "You're wrong," she declared, her voice resonating with the harmony of the spheres. "The darkness has its place, but so does the light. Without both, there is no balance, no life, no beauty in the cosmos." With those words, Astra unleashed the full power of the astrolabe. A column of pure radiance erupted from the artifact, enveloping her in its brilliance. Zephyr and Ember watched in awe as their companion's form began to shift and change, growing in size and luminosity until she resembled nothing less than a newborn star. The Shadow Hunter recoiled, its darkness seeming to evaporate in the face of this new celestial body. But even as it retreated, Astra realized the truth that had eluded her throughout their journey. The Hunter was not their true enemy, but a necessary force in the cosmic balance. With this understanding, Astra extended her light, not to destroy the Hunter, but to embrace it. "Join with me," she offered, her voice echoing across dimensions. "Let us restore the balance together." For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the Shadow Hunter stood motionless. Then, slowly, it stepped forward into Astra's radiance. Light and darkness intermingled, creating a swirling nebula of creation and destruction, beginnings and endings. As the energies settled, Astra found herself once again in human form, the astrolabe now transformed into a shimmering orb that contained the perfect balance of light and shadow. The Shadow Hunter was gone, but she could feel its essence within the orb, no longer an adversary, but a partner in maintaining cosmic equilibrium. Zephyr and Ember approached cautiously, their eyes wide with wonder. "What happens now?" Zephyr asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Astra smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of stars and the promise of new beginnings. "Now we rebuild. We restore the stars to the heavens and bring balance to both our realms." As the first rays of true sunlight in months broke through the clouds, bathing the world tree in golden light, the trio knew that their journey was far from over. But with the power of the stars in their hands and the bond of friendship forged in the crucible of their quest, they faced the future not with fear, but with hope. And so, as Astra, Zephyr, and Ember set out to heal the cosmic wounds and bridge the gap between the celestial and the terrestrial, a new legend was born, one that would be told around campfires and written in the very stars themselves for eons to come. Story 6. In the enchanted realm of Lumina, where sunlight danced on crystalline spires and magic whispered through every breeze, a sinister silence fell. The once bustling streets of the capital, Auroria, now stood frozen in time, its inhabitants transformed into glittering statues of crystal. The plague had struck swiftly, without warning, leaving only a handful of survivors to witness the kingdom's fall. Among them was Arya, a young apothecary's apprentice with eyes the color of twilight and hair as white as moonlight. She stood atop the celestial tower, gazing out at the city she once called home, now a garden of frozen souls. Tears glistened on her cheeks as she clenched her fists, determination burning in her heart. "I will find a cure," she whispered to the wind. "I swear it by the stars themselves." As if an answer to her vow, a shimmering mist coalesced before her, taking the form of an ethereal woman with flowing silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The Oracle of Lumina, a figure of legend, spoke in a voice that echoed with the power of prophecy. "Child of starlight," the oracle intoned, her form flickering like candlelight, "your blood holds the key to Lumina's salvation." Seek the fountain of eternal life in the heart of the Shadowlands. But beware, for darkness seeks to claim you, and allies may be found in the most unlikely of places. With these words, the oracle vanished, leaving Arya alone with her destiny. She descended the tower, her mind racing with questions and fears. The Shadowlands were a place of nightmares, where dark magic held sway and monsters roamed freely. Yet she knew she had no choice. Gathering what supplies she could from her master's workshop, Arya set out at dawn. The city gates groaned open, revealing a world transformed. The verdant fields that once surrounded Auroria had withered, replaced by a landscape of twisted, crystalline growths that sparkled with malevolent energy. For days, Arya traveled through this altered land, her heart heavy with the weight of her mission. She passed villages frozen in time, their inhabitants caught in moments of terror or confusion. At night, she huddled by small fires, the eerie silence broken only by the occasional crack of shattering crystal in the distance. On the seventh day, as she approached the border of the Shadowlands, Arya encountered her first true test. A group of shadow wraiths, creatures of pure darkness, emerged from the mists, their hollow eyes fixed upon her with murderous intent. Arya's hand flew to the vial of liquid sunlight at her belt, a parting gift from her master. But before she could uncork it, a blast of purple energy tore through the wraiths, dissolving them into wisps of shadow. From the mist stepped a tall figure, clad in tattered robes, his face hidden beneath a deep hood. "It's not safe for a young apprentice to wander these lands alone," the stranger said, his voice rough with disuse. Arya's eyes narrowed. "And who are you to speak of safety, wandering sorcerer?" The man lowered his hood, revealing a face etched with lines of sorrow and regret. His eyes, once surely full of life, now held only a flicker of their former brilliance. "I am Zorn," he said, once Archmage of the Obsidian Tower, now a seeker of redemption. Recognition dawned on Arya's face. Tales of Zorn's fall from grace were legend throughout Lumina, how he had dabbled in forbidden magics and nearly torn the veil between worlds. Yet here he stood, her unlikely savior. "Why help me?" Arya asked, suspicion coloring her voice. Zorn's gaze softened. "Because I have seen too much suffering caused by my own hand. Perhaps by aiding you, I can begin to atone for my sins." Reluctant, Arya accepted his help. Together, they ventured into the Shadowlands, a realm of perpetual twilight where reality itself seemed to warp and twist. Gnarled trees with leaves of shadow reached out with grasping branches, while eyes gleamed from every patch of darkness. As they traveled, Zorn shared his knowledge of the dark arts, teaching Arya to recognize and counter the myriad dangers that lurked in the shadows. In return, she spoke of her quest and the oracle's prophecy. To her surprise, Zorn listened with genuine interest, offering insights and theories on the nature of the Crystal Plague. "It bears the hallmarks of ancient magic," he mused one night as they camped beneath a weeping willow with leaves of smoky quartz. "Far older than anything in the known world," Arya nodded, her fingers absently tracing the outline of a locket hidden beneath her cloak, a memento of her parents, lost to the plague. "But why now? And why Lumina?" Zorn's eyes darkened. "I fear we may soon find out." Their journey led them through perilous swamps where will-o'-wisps danced enticingly above pools of liquid shadow, across plains of ash where the ground itself seemed to hunger for their life force, and through caverns that echoed with the whispers of the damned. At last, after weeks of travel, they reached the heart of the Shadowlands. Before them rose a mountain of obsidian, its peak wreathed in storm clouds that crackled with eldritch energy. At its base stood an archway of twisting shadows, guarded by two massive stone golems with eyes of smoldering ember. The entrance to the fountain of eternal life, Zorn breathed, a mix of awe and fear in his voice. As they approached, the golems stirred to life, their voices rumbling like distant thunder. "Only those pure of heart may pass," they intoned in unison. "Step forward and be judged." Arya moved to step through the arch, but Zorn held her back. "Wait," he said, his face etched with conflict. "There's something you must know." With trembling hands, he reached into his robes and withdrew a small, pulsing crystal. This is the source of the plague. I created it years ago in my quest for immortality. I thought I had destroyed it, but Arya recoiled, her eyes wide with shock and betrayal. You? All this time? It was you? Zorn nodded, his shoulders slumping with the weight of his confession. I never meant for it to be released, but someone, something, stole it from my vault and unleashed it upon Lumina. I've been searching for a way to undo my greatest sin ever since. Tears stung Arya's eyes as she processed this revelation. Part of her wanted to strike out at Zorn, to make him pay for the suffering he had caused. But as she looked into his eyes, she saw only genuine remorse and a desperate desire for redemption. Taking a deep breath, Arya stepped forward and took the crystal from Zorn's hand. We'll find a way to fix this, she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. Together, with that, she turned and walked through the shadowy archway. The golem's eyes flared brightly, scanning her very soul. After a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, they stepped aside. Pass, child of starlight, they rumbled. Your heart shines bright in the darkness. Zorn attempted to follow, but the golems blocked his path. Your heart is stained with darkness, they declared. You may not enter. Arya looked back, torn between her quest and the man who, despite his past, had become her friend and protector. Zorn met her gaze and nodded solemnly. Go, he said. This is your destiny, not mine. I'll find another way to make amends. With a heavy heart, Arya continued alone into the mountain's depths. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading her ever downward until she emerged into a vast cavern. At its center stood a pool of water, so still it resembled a mirror, reflecting the starry void above, the fountain of eternal life. As Arya approached the pool, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman of otherworldly beauty, her skin the color of midnight and her eyes gleaming like distant stars. I am Nyx, guardian of the fountain, the woman said, her voice resonating with power. Why do you seek the waters of eternity, mortal child? Arya straightened her back, meeting Nyx's gaze without flinching. I seek to save my people from a plague of crystal. The oracle said my blood holds the key, but I don't know how. Nyx studied Arya for a long moment before nodding. The oracle speaks true. Your blood mixed with the waters of the fountain will create an elixir powerful enough to break the curse. But be warned, such power comes at a great price. I'm willing to pay it, Arya said without hesitation. Very well, Nyx replied. She gestured, and an ornate chalice appeared in her hand. Fill this with the fountain's water, then add 7 drops of your blood. The resulting elixir will cure the plague, but it will also bind you to the fountain for all eternity. You will become its new guardian, never to return to the world above. Arya's breath caught in her throat as she considered the magnitude of this sacrifice. To save her people, she would have to give up everything: her dreams, her future, her very life. Yet as she thought of the frozen faces of her loved ones, she knew there was no other choice. With trembling hands, Arya took the chalice and filled it with the shimmering water. Then, using a small knife from her pack, she pricked her finger and let 7 drops of blood fall into the mixture. The liquid began to glow with an inner light, pulsing with power. Nyx nodded approvingly. It is done. Drink and claim your destiny. Arya raised the chalice to her lips, prepared to sacrifice everything for the good of Lumina. But before she could drink, a familiar voice rang out through the cavern. Wait. Zorn stumbled into the chamber, his robes torn and his face bloodied. In his hands, he held the pulsing crystal that had started the plague. There's another way, he gasped. Let me take your place. Arya stared at him in shock. Zorn, what are you doing? The fallen archmage straightened, a look of resolve on his face. This plague is my sin to bear. Let me be the one to pay the price for its undoing before anyone could stop him. Zorn plunged the crystal into the fountain. There was a blinding flash of light, and when it faded, the crystal was gone. In its place stood Zorn, his body now composed of living crystal pulsed with the same rhythm as the fountain's waters. It is done, he said, his voice echoing with newfound power. The plague will be undone, and I will remain here as guardian, watching over the balance between light and shadow. Nyx bowed her head in acknowledgement. A worthy sacrifice. The fountain accepts your offering. Tears streamed down Arya's face as she embraced Zorn one last time. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll make sure the world knows of your redemption." With a sad smile, Zorn stepped back. "Go, Arya. Your people need you." Clutching the chalice of glowing elixir, Arya made her way back to the surface. As she emerged from the Shadowlands, she saw the crystal growths already beginning to recede. Hope blossomed in her heart as she quickened her pace, eager to return to Lumina and complete her quest. And so, as dawn broke over the horizon, Arya returned to Auroria. She climbed the steps of the Celestial Tower, and with a prayer to whatever forces might be listening, released the elixir into the air. It spread like glittering mist, enveloping the city and beyond. All across Lumina, crystal statues began to crack and shatter, revealing the living beings within. The air filled with cries of joy and confusion as the people of Lumina awakened from their crystalline slumber. Arya watched from the tower, her heart swelling with emotion. She had done it. Lumina was saved. And though the cost had been great, she knew that the memory of Zorn's sacrifice would live on, a testament to the power of redemption and the enduring strength of the human spirit. As the sun rose higher, bathing the reborn kingdom in golden light, Arya smiled. A new chapter in Lumina's history was beginning, and she could not wait to see what adventures it would bring. Story 7. In the heart of the Mage's Citadel, where ancient tomes whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, chaos erupted. The air crackled with arcane energy as alarms rang throughout the towering spires. The Grimoire of Aetherius, a book of unfathomable power, capable of rewriting reality itself, had vanished from its enchanted vault. Young Cedric, a newly knighted guardian of the Citadel, felt the weight of generations upon his shoulders. His family had sworn an oath centuries ago to protect the grimoire, and now, on his watch, it had been stolen. The shame burned hot in his chest as he raced through the labyrinthine corridors, his silver armor gleaming in the flickering magical light. As he burst into the grand hall, Cedric found the assembled archmages in a state of panic. Amidst the sea of billowing robes and anxious faces, one figure stood out, Magister Elara, her eyes blazing with determination. "The thief has been identified," she announced, her voice cutting through the clamor. With a wave of her hand, she conjured an image in the air, a tall, cloaked figure with eyes that glowed like smoldering coals. "Lord Obsidian has taken the grimoire beyond the Veil of Mist." A collective gasp rippled through the hall. The Veil of Mist was a barrier of legend, separating the known world from lands of myth and magic, so potent it defied comprehension. No one had ventured beyond it in living memory. Cedric stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his heart. "I will retrieve the grimoire," he declared. "It is my family's sacred duty." Magister Elara turned to him, her ancient eyes softening with a mix of pride and concern. "The journey beyond the veil is perilous, young Cedric. You will face trials beyond imagination." "I am ready," Cedric replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his enchanted sword. As dawn broke, Cedric set out from the citadel, the weight of his quest heavy upon him. He journeyed for days through lands of increasing strangeness, forests where the trees whispered prophecies, rivers that flowed with liquid starlight, and mountains that shifted like sleeping giants. At last, he reached the edge of the known world. Before him stretched an endless expanse of swirling mist, shot through with veins of opalescent light, the Veil of Mist. Cedric took a deep breath, uttered a prayer to the old gods, and stepped into the unknown. The world around him dissolved into a kaleidoscope of color and sensation. When his vision cleared, Cedric found himself in a realm of breathtaking beauty and terror. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling galaxies, while the ground beneath his feet pulsed with veins of raw magic. In the distance, he saw a great city of crystal and light, its spires reaching impossibly high into the star-strewn sky. As he approached, Cedric encountered beings of legend, graceful elves with eyes that held the wisdom of millennia, and proud centaurs who spoke in riddles of cosmic significance. But not all was peaceful in this realm beyond the veil. Cedric soon found himself beset by shadow creatures that seemed born from nightmares, their forms constantly shifting and writhing. He fought bravely, his enchanted blade singing as it clove through the darkness. As he battled, A mighty roar shook the very air. A dragon, its scales shimmering with all the colors of the aurora, descended from the heavens. Cedric readied himself for combat, but to his surprise, the dragon spoke. "Peace, young warrior," it rumbled, its voice like rolling thunder. "I am Zephyrian, keeper of the celestial winds. Your quest has not gone unnoticed by the powers that be." Cedric lowered his sword, overtaking his fear. "Great Zephyrian, I seek the grimoire of Aetherius, stolen by Lord Obsidian. Can you aid me in my quest?" The dragon's eyes, ancient and knowing, studied Cedric intently. "The one you call Lord Obsidian resides in the Citadel of Twilight, where reality itself bends to his will. But be warned, young knight, not all is as it seems in this realm. Trust in your heart, for it will guide you true when your eyes deceive you." With that cryptic advice, Zephyrian spread his mighty wings and took to the skies, leaving Cedric to ponder his words. The journey to the Citadel of Twilight was fraught with challenges that tested both Cedric's martial prowess and his spirit. He navigated floating islands that defied gravity, battled creatures formed from pure magical energy, and solved riddles posed by ancient sphinx that guarded forgotten knowledge. At last, as twin moons rose in the ethereal sky, Cedric stood before the Citadel of Twilight. Its walls seemed to shift and flow like liquid shadow, and an aura of immense power radiated from within. Steeling himself, Cedric entered the fortress. Inside, reality bent and warped around him. Corridors stretched endlessly one moment, only to contract dizzyingly the next. Staircases led to rooms that defied Euclidean geometry. Through it all, Cedric pressed on, guided by an inner sense of purpose that burned brighter than any magic. Finally, he reached the heart of the Citadel. There, seated upon a throne of swirling darkness, was Lord Obsidian. The grimoire of Aetherius floated before him, its pages turning of their own accord as tendrils of pure magic danced around it. "I've been expecting you, Cedric," Lord Obsidian said, his voice echoing with power. He stood, towering over the young knight, his face hidden beneath a hood of deepest black. Cedric raised his sword, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Return the grimoire, Lord Obsidian. Its power was never meant for any one person to wield." A chuckle, low and resonant, emanated from beneath the hood. "Oh, my boy, you understand so little." With a gesture, Lord Obsidian lowered his hood, revealing a face that made Cedric's world tilt on its axis. It was a face he knew intimately, older, weathered by time and hardship, but unmistakable. The face of his father, long thought lost. "Father?" Cedric whispered, his sword arm dropping in shock. "Lord Obsidian, no." His father nodded solemnly. "I'm sorry for the deception, my son, but it was necessary. The theft of the grimoire, your quest, all of it was a test. A test you have passed admirably." Confusion and hurt warred within Cedric's heart. But why? Why all this secrecy and danger? His father's eyes, once cold and distant, now filled with a mix of pride and urgency. Because the world, not just our realm, but all realms, faces a threat greater than any in living memory. The primordial titans, beings of such immense power that they once shaped reality itself, are stirring in their ancient prison. He gestured to the grimoire, its pages now glowing with an inner light. The grimoire of Aetherius is the key to either their continued imprisonment or their release. I had to be certain that its guardian, you, my son, was worthy of the task ahead. Cedric's mind reeled as he processed this information. "But why didn't you tell me? Why let me believe you were dead all these years?" His father's face softened with regret. "I'm sorry, Cedric, truly. But the path of a hero cannot be chosen by another. It had to be your decision, your journey. And you have proven yourself beyond my wildest hopes." As if in response to his words, the citadel around them began to shimmer and fade, revealing a vast chamber filled with beings of immense power, elves, dragons, and creatures Cedric had no names for. Among them, he recognized Zephyrian and even Magister Elara. "Welcome, Cedric, to the Council of Aetherius," his father said, gesturing to the assembled beings, guardians of reality from across all realms. "And now you join our ranks." Cedric stood tall, the weight of his new responsibility settling upon his shoulders. He realized that his quest had only just begun. The true battle for the fate of all realities lay ahead. But as he looked around at the gathered council, at his father standing proud beside him, Cedric knew he was ready. As the grimoire of Aetherius floated towards him, its pages thrumming with power and possibility, Cedric reached out to accept his destiny. The young knight who had set out from the mage's citadel was gone, replaced by a guardian of realms, a protector of the very fabric of existence. And so, as new challenges loomed on the horizon, as the stirring of ancient powers threatened to reshape reality itself, Cedric stood ready. His journey had only just begun, but armed with the grimoire of Aetherius, guided by the council, and driven by a heart forged in the fires of his quest, he faced the future with courage and determination. For in this realm beyond the veil of mist, where magic flowed like rivers and reality bent to the will of the mighty, Cedric had found not just his father, but his true calling. The grimoire of Aetherius had chosen its guardian, and the fate of all realms now rested in his hands. Story 8. In the resplendent kingdom of Astoria, where crystal spires pierced the clouds and magic thrummed in every cobblestone, a day of jubilation turned to tragedy. Prince Alistair, beloved heir to the Starlight Throne, collapsed moments before his coronation, his skin ashen and his eyes devoid of their usual vivacious spark. The golden crown clattered to the marble floor, its sound echoing through the suddenly silent grand hall like a death knell. Elara, the court's master apothecary and Alistair's childhood friend, pushed through the stunned crowd. Her emerald robe swirled around her as she knelt beside the fallen prince, her expert hands already moving to examine him. The assembled nobles and dignitaries watched in horror as Elara's face drained of color. "Poison," she whispered, her voice barely audible. But like none I've ever encountered, as chaos erupted in the hall, Elara's mind raced. This was no ordinary toxin. She could sense the dark magic pulsing beneath Alistair's skin. With the help of the royal guards, she had the prince moved to his chambers, where she worked tirelessly through the night to unravel the mystery of his condition. It was as the first light of dawn crept through the stained glass windows that Elara made a chilling discovery. The poison hadn't just attacked Alistair's body, it had stolen his very soul, trapping it in the Shadow Realm, a place of nightmares and lost spirit. Determined to save her friend and future king, Elara delved into ancient tomes and forbidden scrolls. In a dusty volume hidden deep within the palace library, she found a glimmer of hope, a ritual that would allow her to project her own spirit into the Shadow Realm. The preparations were arduous and dangerous. Rare herbs were gathered from the peaks of the Mistweave Mountains. Crystals of pure starlight were carefully ground into a fine powder, and incantations in languages long forgotten were meticulously memorized. On the night of the new moon, when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, Elara began the ritual. In a chamber deep beneath the palace, surrounded by flickering candles and arcane sigils, she drank the potion she had prepared and felt her consciousness slip away from her body. When Elara opened her eyes, she found herself in a world of perpetual twilight. The Shadow Realm was a twisted reflection of Astoria, its once grand structures now crumbling and overgrown with thorny vines that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. The air was thick with whispers and half-heard laments, the cries of countless lost souls. As Elara took her first tentative steps in this realm of shadows, a figure materialized before her, tall and imposing, with eyes that glowed like dying stars. He introduced himself as Nyx, a fallen god bound to the Shadow Realm for eternity. "Why have you come to this forsaken place, child of the living?" Nyx's voice resonated with ancient power. Elara stood her ground, her spectral form shimmering with determination. "I seek the soul of Prince Alistair, heir to the Starlight Throne. It was stolen by a vile poison on the day of his coronation." Nyx's eyes narrowed, a flicker of interest passing across his ageless face. "Oh yes, I have felt the arrival of a soul of royal blood. But beware, Apothecary. The one who stole your prince's essence is no ordinary thief. They seek to claim not just Astoria's throne, but dominion over both the world of the living and the dead." A chill ran through Elara's incorporeal form. Who would dare such a thing? "An ancient evil has awakened," Nyx replied, his voice grave. "The soul thief, a being as old as I, who feeds on the essence of the powerful. Your prince's soul is but the first step in a plan centuries in the making. Elara's resolve hardened. Then I must stop them. Will you help me, Lord Nyx? The fallen god studied her for a long moment before nodding. Your courage intrigues me, mortal. Very well. I shall aid you in your quest, but be warned the path ahead is fraught with perils beyond your imagining. And so began Elara's journey through the Shadow Realm. With Nyx as her guide, she traversed landscapes that defied logic, forests where the trees whispered dark secrets, mountains that rearranged themselves with every step, and rivers of liquid shadow that flowed uphill. They faced terrifying adversaries, wraiths that fed on fear, shape-shifting horrors that mimicked loved ones, and guardians of forgotten tombs who had long ago forgotten their purpose. Through it all, Elara's determination never wavered. Her knowledge of herbs and potions, useless in this spectral realm, was replaced by a growing mastery of shadow magic, taught to her by Nyx during moments of respite. As they delved deeper into the heart of the Shadow Realm, Elara and Nyx uncovered fragments of the Soul Thief's plan. Ancient artifacts were being gathered, ley lines of dark energy redirected, all in preparation for a ritual that would merge the world of the living with the Shadow Realm. Their quest led them to the Citadel of Echoes, a vast fortress built from the solidified regrets of 1,000 worlds. It was here, in the highest tower, that they found Prince Alistair's soul, a flickering, weakened thing, trapped within a crystal of pure darkness. But they were not alone. The Soul Thief revealed itself a being of swirling shadows and gleaming eyes, its form constantly shifting between male and female, young and old. How touching, the Soul Thief's voice dripped with malice. The loyal apothecary and the fallen god, come to save a doomed prince. Elara stood firm. The shadow magic Nyx had taught her crackling at her fingertips. Release Alistair's soul creature. Your plan ends here, the Soul Thief laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Oh, but it's only beginning, my dear. With the prince's royal blood, I shall open the gates between worlds. The living shall know the touch of death, and I shall reign supreme over all. What followed was a battle that shook the very foundations of the Shadow Realm. Elara and Nyx fought in perfect synchronicity, their combined powers a maelstrom of light and darkness against the Soul Thief's ancient might. The Citadel of Echoes trembled and cracked, the hopes and fears of countless souls crying out as the battle raged. In a moment of desperate inspiration, Elara realized the key to victory. Using the very poison that had stolen Alistair's soul, a sample of which she had brought with her, she concocted a spectral version of an antidote. As Nyx held the Soul Thief at bay, Elara shattered the crystal prison holding Alistair's essence and administered her ethereal remedy. The prince's soul flared to life, its radiance momentarily blinding in the gloom of the Shadow Realm. The Soul Thief howled in fury and pain, its carefully laid plans crumbling as Alistair's restored soul disrupted the dark ritual. In the chaos that followed, Elara seized the opportunity. With a final, desperate surge of shadow magic, she and Nyx bound the weakened Soul Thief, trapping it within the very crystal that had held Alistair's soul. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Elara cradled the glowing essence of her prince. Nyx stood beside her, his ageless face showing a hint of respect and perhaps even affection. It is done, the fallen god said softly, but our time grows short. You must return to your world, Elara. Take the prince's soul and the imprisoned Soul Thief with you. Elara looked up at her unlikely ally, tears shimmering in her spectral eyes. Come with us, Nyx. Surely after this, you've earned your freedom from this realm. Nyx shook his head, a sad smile on his face. My fate is bound to the Shadow Realm, dear Elara. But know this, you have brought light to this dark place, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. With a final farewell, Nyx began the ritual to return Elara to the world of the living. As the Shadow Realm faded around her, Elara clutched Alistair's soul in the crystal prison close, tears flowing freely now. She awoke in the chamber beneath Astoria's palace. The candles burned low, and the air thick with spent magic. Without wasting a moment, Elara rushed to Prince Alistair's bedchamber, the restored soul glowing brightly in her hand. As dawn broke over Astoria, painting the crystal spires in hues of gold and rose, Prince Alistair opened his eyes. The kingdom rejoiced. the dark plot thwarted, though few would ever know the true extent of Alara's bravery or the sacrifices made in the Shadow Realm. In the days that followed, as Alistair finally took his place on the Starlight Throne, Alara stood by his side, forever changed by her journey. And in quiet moments, when the night was dark and still, she could almost hear the whispered thanks of a fallen god echoing from a realm of shadows. The crystal containing the imprisoned soul thief was locked away in the deepest vaults beneath the palace, guarded by spells of Alara's own devising. And though peace returned to Astoria, Alara knew that the boundaries between worlds would never again seem quite so certain, nor the shadows quite so empty.